I will bring death to your cities. No soul is safe. Let the harvest begin.
Booth, we know you have suffered. Thousands more will die, as your family did, unless Lazarus is stopped.
The car is like nothing you've ever driven before. Super fast and armed to the teeth. We'll be in touch. Now take the battle to the streets. The Disciples of Lazarus are an extremist terror cult. They've blown up the Golden Gate Bridge and orchestrated a massacre at a shopping mall. It was in this massacre that you lost your wife and daughter. Now we, the Temple, want you to use your supreme driving skills to fight back against Lazarus and his fanatical followers. A car has been set up for you. The road to revenge starts here.
Okay, Booth, you're in position and ready to go. First, take some time to get a feel for the car and take a tour of the city. See that chopper? It's just dropped you off some cash. That green arrow on your scanner always points to your next objective, whether it be a target vehicle or a destination. Follow it. The green arrow's pointing to your next destination, the garage on Sunset Hill. Head there when you feel comfortable with your vehicle's controls. The gas station is inside this compound. When you find the gates, you'll have to run them down. You can fill up here if you're running low during a mission. Just pull up between the pumps and the gas station. You can also get your car repaired in the shop around the side. A white arrow will appear on your scanner showing you the way to the nearest garage when your health or fuel is low. There's a helicopter waiting outside for you. Follow the green arrow to its position. The police helicopter's the closest thing you've got to a friend in this city. He has a blue arrow pointing to him and will guide you through some basic combat. Follow him. Don't worry if you have trouble keeping up, as he'll wait for you. This is a weapon pickup. Just drive over it to get it on board. Here's another weapon pickup. Now you've 2 weapon options, you lucky guy. Okay, we've set up a dummy vehicle for you to destroy to test how your skills are developing. There's a red arrow on your scanner pointing to it, as this is your closest target. Well done, your first kill. I've dropped $1,000, which you need to pick up. This should cover the cost of fuel or any repairs you may need to make during the mission. Now let's see what you can do with a moving target. There's a dummy enemy vehicle driving around the building next to you. Use the red arrow to guide you to him. Now follow the chopper, which will show you where you can replenish your ammunition. There are some more weapons pickups in this warehouse. We don't provide keys. You'll have to shoot or ram the doors to get in. There should be plenty more ammo and weapons pickups in other warehouses around the city. Oof, looks like things are hotting up. We've had a report of a disturbance in the park. 2 of Lazarus' tanks are causing trouble. The chopper will lead you to them, then it's up to you to take them out. Remember, the green arrow points to your next objective. Use your nav pad to work out the best route. As you'll have considerably less traction on grass. Don't get into deep water. Another tank's been spotted. Follow the chopper and he'll lead you there. A police officer was stranded when the tank damaged his car. Pick him up and give him a lift back to HQ. Get to headquarters. Not bad, Booth, not bad. Sharpen up those corners and I think you'll do all right.
Lazarus is trying to boost his cult's funds, presumably to buy more weapons. Some valuable gems have been stolen from King Jewelers, and the proprietor's daughter held hostage to prevent the theft being reported to the police. She's being taken away in a van. Locate and tail this vehicle, but do not destroy it or your mission will have failed. You must also pick up any jewelry being dropped by the van en route, as disciples could gather this for their funds. Failure to do so will be another cause of mission failure.
There's a robbery in progress at King's Jewelers, and the manager's daughter has been taken hostage. Lazarus' disciples are suspected. This isn't far from your present position, so go for it. Do not attack the van as we can't guarantee the girl's safety. Hang back and be patient, but remain on your guard. They may come after you. A chopper is dropping off weapons and armor. Collect all the dropped jewelry. If it's left lying around too long, it'll be looted. The collection is worthless unless all the pieces are returned. The robbers have dumped the cars and switched into choppers. Don't worry about the girl. She's safe in the van. The police will look after her. If you want to destroy the choppers, you'll have to steal some homing missiles from the military base. Pick up the rockets, then sweep the city for the choppers. Come back here if you run out of ammunition, but be careful of the laser tower. This is a turbo pickup. The green triangle activates it. Use it to get past the laser tower and reach the homing missiles. When you pick them up, you can use one of them to take out the tower, but don't get too close. The helicopters were last seen heading to the northeast, northwest, and central areas of the city, respectively. Your scanner is activated. He should be somewhere in this area, north of the park. The scanner is activated. He should be in the central area. Your scanner is activated. Looks like he's headed for the docks to the northeast of the city. Well done, Booth. That's all the disciple thieves dealt with. Just head back to King's Jewelers and that should wrap this up. Well done. The choppers have been destroyed and the girl is safe. The jeweler has even stumped up a reward for recovering the jewels.
How handy are you with wire cutters, Booth? The disciples have planted a bomb downtown, and it's only a matter of time before this goes off, costing hundreds of lives. Race across the city and deal with this threat.
Head to your next waypoint. When you reach the car bomb, park next to it and let the bomb disposal guy defuse it. Three men have been spotted leaving the scene in a black van. They're a suspicious-looking bunch, could be disciples. Get after them. The bomb was a decoy. Those three men are fanatical cultists intent on killing the mayor. We've dropped some weapons outside HQ in the north. Pick them up while we do our best to discover the mayor's location. The mayor's car and warned him. He'll appear as the blue arrow on your scanner. He's waiting for you due south here, but the psychos are on his tail. Step on it. Hurry, Booth. All right, we're on the move. The limo's bulletproof, but that doesn't mean it can take hits forever. Make sure you keep the mayor alive. Booth, big trouble. We've picked up a lot more additional fanatic activity. It looks like Lazarus is involved as well. Be careful. There's a mechanical problem with the limo. The engine's cut out. Defend the limo until every cultist has been destroyed. Now that you've dealt with the threat, pick up the mayor and hurry to HQ. We'll take care of him from there. Stop here. Well done, Booth. The mayor's safe. And very grateful.
It would appear that Lazarus' funds have increased sufficiently for his disciples to get their hands on some pretty lethal hardware. We've discovered he's importing a new laser weapon into the city, which could create havoc on the streets. Relieve him of this device and as many disciples as you can of their lives.
Follow the van to its hideout, but don't destroy it, or the weapon will go up with it. The disciples' base is up ahead. Wait for the van to drop the laser and then take it from under their noses. The laser won't work yet. You need to get to a Special Forces police officer to make it operational. Destroy any remaining enemy vehicles here, and then head to your next waypoint where we'll have him waiting.
Good work, son. Nice knowing you. The name's McNally. I'm just loading up some activation software for this laser. Go up to our HQ in the north and pick up a power pack. Keep out of the way of any airborne assholes. The best way to shoot them down is with homing missiles. Listen up, Luke. Looks as if Lazarus has this place surrounded. Pick up the power pack for the laser and kick some cultist ass.
Take out all remaining enemies and then head for the Golden Gate Bridge. These tanks pack quite a punch. Remember, if you take a lot of damage, you can get it repaired at the gas station.
Lazarus's goons dug in north of here. It'll be quicker if you jump over there. There are some ramps right by HQ. Get up enough speed and you should make it. No problem.
The mission's nearly complete. Get to the Golden Gate Bridge. Stop by the support truck. Well done, Booth. This will help to stop Lazarus' reign of terror around the city and could aid research into new weapons for us.
A police informant wants to meet with you. He claims that he has some information about Lazarus which could help us, but the guy's a weasel, so watch your back. He'll only spill his guts if you escort him safely out of the city. Apparently, he's managed to fall foul both of Lazarus and his old friends in the police department.
Head to your next waypoint. Okay, when you've killed all of Lazarus' goons in this area, the location of your next waypoint will be triggered. Head towards the southeast of the city. Okay, looks like this guy has to be careful. His life is in danger. Get to the pier northeast of here and pick him up. Lazarus is sending an attack car in the direction of our man. Get to him before the cultists do. This guy's real scared, Booth, with good reason. It looks like the police are after him, too. Make sure you deal with all the opposition before escorting him to his car. Good work, Booth. This guy will order a briefcase drop by the Golden Gate Bridge once he's in his car. Head up there and watch your back. I'll keep you informed of any further developments. Pull up next to the car and let the guy out. He's given us directions to the drop. Don't feel bad. There was nothing you could do. We better check out the information he left for us on the pier. At least then his death won't have been in vain, and we can get revenge on whoever killed him. We can't download all the info in car, so bring it straight back to HQ. You can pick up some ammo while you're here, then go and have some fun with the remaining opposition. Don't come back until you've wiped the streets clean of enemy operatives. Get to HQ. Shame about the loss, Booth, but at least now we have some clear information on Lazarus' dealings.
Booth, this could be quite a sensitive issue. Looks like Lazarus is targeting more innocent civilians at a shopping mall. Get over there and take out the discipled troublemakers.
Follow this tank. It's being driven by one of Lazarus' disciples. The police have set up a roadblock at the end of the street. If the tank makes a single hostile move, destroy it. By the way, a chopper has made a weapons drop for you. We're getting reports of disciple activity at the shopping mall. Follow the chopper and he'll lead you to the entrance. Kill every disciple in this area. Diversion. Lazarus men are doing a bank job at the central bank. Follow the chopper and we'll try and head them off. They have a ship waiting at the docks. Take them all out before they get there, or the cash will be used to bolster Lazarus' arms fund. That's all the vans destroyed, but there are still some disciples waiting to unload the vans onto a waiting ship. Take them out and we'll wrap this one up. They're armed with machine guns. Nice work. Lazarus won't profit from this robbery.
Having attempted robbery twice to gain funds and failed, Lazarus turns to extortion. His disciples have planted 5 bombs around the city, and Lazarus wants millions of dollars before he'll reveal their locations. The temple is swarming with the cash, but meanwhile an informer has come forward with the locations of the devices. It won't be easy dealing with each one without letting Lazarus know you're onto him. Good luck.
Lazarus has planted 5 bombs in the city and wants $40 million before he'll reveal their locations. We've stalled as long as we can because an informer has come forward. Meet him in this warehouse and he'll give you the location of the bombs. We'll string Lazarus along, and if you deactivate them, we might still catch Lazarus at the drop point. Your scanner will direct you to the first location. He's targeted the rival Mauve Mollusk clubs because they're always busy. The first bomb is set to go off any second now, and the others shortly afterwards. We've picked up the countdown frequency. You have less than 20 seconds left. The first bomb has been deactivated, but that still leaves another 4. This is the second location. Seconds to go. That's the second bomb. Keep it up, Booth. Okay, let's get the third one, Booth. Seconds to go. Three down, 2 to go. Now go get the 4th. You're doing great. Seconds to go. Keep pushing, Booth. This is it, the final bomb. Seconds to go. Well done. The disciples are fleeing from the pickup point in the southwest. Pick them off before they escape. effort. It's a shame that Lazarus was able to get away. At least you killed a couple of his drones and none of the bombs went off.
San Francisco is a city in turmoil. Through bribery or brainwashing, who knows which, Lazarus has managed to infiltrate the police force. Corrupt officers are now working against the temple and are on your tail. They're going to hunt you down and kill you unless you can expose their complicity. Fortunately, the informer who spilled the beans about the Disciples' bombing campaign has come forward again. He has the inside line on the corrupt officers involved and will tell all to the papers for a price.
Sorry, Booth, we're still trying to get you some help. In the meantime, we've dropped some weapons by the docks to the northeast. You should be able to defend yourself for a while. We'll be in touch. His shop was ripped off by the cops and he wants us to get his goods back. Luckily, they had tagging devices fitted. We'll put their locations up on your nav pad. Nice one. The next one's to the north. Remember to watch out for patrol cars guarding the boxes. more to go. Head southeast. Center of the city. Careful though, there could be high police presence here. Looks like there's one more. Pick it up and then you'll be able to rendezvous with the informant. Right. Now that we've got all the goods, head here. The guy's in hiding. Take this guy to the city newspaper's offices. He wants to spill the beans on the corrupt cops and their dealings with Lazarus and get this town back into shape. Okay, now that you've dropped off the informant, head back to the oil storage depot and pick up a few surprises for the remaining corrupt police. Good luck. Well done, Booth. Head to HQ. Do your best to avoid destroying civilian vehicles, Booth. You've come through against the odds, Booth. Now we can plan our final attack on Lazarus.
Without his allies in the police force, the situation in San Francisco has become untenable for Lazarus. He may be on the way out of the city, but he isn't about to leave without a fight. Inflict as much damage as you can on the retreating psychopath and his malevolent minions, and don't be surprised if he has a few surprises in store.
We're doing our best to track Lazarus. In the meantime, take a trip east and pick up some weapons from the pier. You'd better get over to the southwest booth. It looks like Lazarus is making a run for it. He's moving all his equipment and weapons to the beach, probably planning to carry on his work elsewhere. The members of his cult can't be far behind. Stop every vehicle that tries to get to the beach. That's one down, but there are many more to come. Prevent any of Lazarus' disciples getting to their boat by the beach. are choppers heading in your direction. We have an armorer stationed in the lighthouse. Head up there and pick up some missiles, then take them out. Lazarus has gathered his remaining troops inside the stadium in the park. The entrance is well guarded, but you must find a way to get inside and destroy everything that moves. We've located Lazarus. Floor it over to the northeast of the city and take him out before he has the chance to escape to his boat.
Daniel, you've ruined my plans for this city. But for you, I would have wiped out every single soul that wouldn't join my crusade. It will take more than the efforts of a few deluded do-gooders to stop me. I'm leaving this city, but there are many more. Catch me if you can. Oh, by the way, Boo, you might be interested to learn that I've left a small nuclear device in a rather popular spot, the shopping mall. So now you need to make a choice. Continue your personal vendetta against me, or save the lives of 10,000 innocent people. Oh, Booth, ever the hero. But you don't think I'd leave you with just one nuclear device to doom, do you? There is another by the oil depot.
Well done, Booth. Now get after Lazarus. You may still be able to catch him.
Damn you, Booth. I had this city in the palm of my hand, but the work of the righteous will not be halted. Onward, my beloved disciples. Death shall follow with us.
Temple Intelligence has discovered that the disciples of Lazarus have selected New York as their next target. Having just arrived in town, it would be a good idea for you to keep your ear to the ground for signs of Lazarus while you familiarize yourself with the city. If he uses the same tactics that he employed in Frisco, it's likely he'll look to make allies wherever he can with the city's most savory characters. Be warned.
Get to the park. A group of guys are under attack and need your help. Hey, they look like Lazarus vehicles. You must have teamed up with a street gang already. Well done, Booth. They were pretty grateful. They even passed on the coordinates of the Banditos base to see if we can wipe them out. Information should be forthcoming if you're successful. I think it's an offer we can't refuse. Go to your next waypoint. First base destroyed. We're just waiting for confirmation of the coordinates of the next base. Head to the next waypoint while we get them. We've located the second base. It's very close to here. Blow up every vehicle in the vicinity. There's a van leaving the base. Quickly destroy the other cars and follow it. I think it's heading for another of their bases. Looks like the base. Watch out for enemy vehicles. Some of the gang members are trying to get away in a bus. Stop them before they reach the boat they've got moored in the north. Avoid destroying civilian vehicles, Booth. Okay, now go back to the third base and make sure that everything is destroyed. Pick up any goodies you find. I'm sure they'll be useful. There's only one more base, and then we'll find out some information on Lazarus activities in New York. There's a secret underground entrance that will take you to Liberty Island. It doesn't show on our scanners, but it should be around there somewhere. That's the banditos dealt with once and for all. They've given us the name of a contact, a minor league hoodlum known as Little Johnny. I've checked his profile, and apparently he's a reliable source of inside information into the underworld. For a price, of course.
Little Johnny is a garage mechanic by trade and a streetwise hustler by vocation. The disciples use his premises for repairs and refueling, but don't pay him. As you can imagine, Little Johnny isn't too pleased about this. From his privileged position under the hood, he gets to overhear bits of disciple plans, which he's happy to tell the temple. Go and get acquainted with him.
Go and meet Little Johnny at his gas station.
Hey, my man! Nice car! You must be Booth. They call me Little Johnny, but I ain't so little, if you know what I mean. Alex told me you'd be coming along. Now there's one foxy lady. I heard you're looking for Lazarus. Well, if you ask me, you're crazy. But if you head down to Dill Street, some of his disciples are putting a squeeze on the shopkeepers about now.
Dill Street approaching up ahead of you. Be on your guard. Lazarus men regularly come around here and shake down local traders for money, or break a few fingers while the police turn a blind eye. Here they come, right on time. There's only 2 of them. They probably don't expect any trouble. Give them a nice, warm welcome. Cops have just entered the street from both ends, and they don't look friendly. Let's take them out. They're working for Lazarus. Another disciple is attacking a girl around the corner, and she looks like she could do with some help. I know how you enjoy rescuing damsels in distress. Now's your chance.
Oh, thank you. I was walking past when those disciple scumbags said I joined their party. I gave one a black eye and another a broken nose before they overpowered me. I'm glad you showed up, or I don't know what would have happened. My name's Maria, by the way.
A doctor ought to examine Maria and make sure she's okay. I've got an ambulance waiting by Johnny's place to take Maria to the hospital.
Maybe I'll see you around sometime. Don't worry about the disciples. When my father finds out they attack me, there'll be hell to pay.
Nice broad, Booth. The ambulance will take her to the hospital. The party that she was being forcibly invited to is down on Wright Street. Head on over there. I'm sure you can liven things up a little.
Take out as many of the disciples' vehicles as possible before they are alerted. Some disciples have come out of the hotel, so watch your back. Well done. You've cleared the area of disciples. I've just had a message from the hospital. Maria has refused hospital treatment and is heading home. It's possible the disciples will try and stop her from telling her father who was responsible for the attack. I think she could do with some protection. Escort Maria and keep on your guard. They're heading south. A heavily armored truck is on your tail. I don't know what he has planned, but it doesn't look good. Booth, this overpass is still under construction. You must stop the truck. Okay, escort the ambulance back to this location. According to our files, it's owned by her father, a local gangster named Fat Tony. He seems to have a reputation as an old-fashioned criminal with a conscience who looks after his local neighborhood.
Maria, what happened to you? When I catch the Mameluke who did this to you, I'll rip his head off and send it to his mother for Christmas.
It was the disciples who kidnapped me. This is Booth. He rescued me. Booth, this is my father, Fat Tony. I think you two will get along quite well.
McNally is on special assignment from SF. He's eager to meet you and says he has information about Lazarus which could help to seriously undermine the madman's efforts in New York. Get on it.
McNally is called in and wants you to meet him in a warehouse not far from here. He says he has evidence of police corruption, but needs your help to prove it.
Hello, Ruth. Good to see you again. I've discovered that some of Lazarus's cops are importing diamonds into the country. I know where it's stashed and where the fake import papers are. Follow me if you're interested. We're heading for the city's sewers. Not the most fragrant of places, but that's where the diamonds are hidden. Okay, son, I'll cover the door while you search inside. You're looking for a suitcase and some crates, but be careful as they're probably being guarded. Head through the gray door on your right. In the name of all that's holy, let's get out of here. Here come the disciples. They're gonna be all over us like a cheap suit. Time to lose these guys. Head to the Statue of Liberty. I'll meet you there. If you can't shake off the disciples, kill them.
Head through the tunnel, Booth. Stop here.
Okay, let's have a look at the papers. Here's the proof we need. The diamonds were brought in through customs, hidden among a whole load of evidence for a major trial. Get those papers to the commissioner and we can nail the corrupt cops. Watch out, Booth. There's an incoming police chopper, but I don't recognize the pilot. I think Lazarus has got his dirty cops after us.
Head to your next waypoint. Lazarus cops are out in force to stop you making it to police headquarters. Take them out, then hand in the papers. All enemies have been destroyed. The Commissioner has ordered the arrest of several other officers involved with the diamond smuggling. The officers killed were involved with Lazarus and the cult, so they're no loss to anyone.
Fat Tony, who has some serious muscle behind him in this city, could prove a real thorn in Lazarus' side. Now Tony and Maria have been ambushed by the disciples. She's been taken hostage, no doubt to guarantee her father's good behavior, while Fat Tony himself is in trouble in the park. Detective McNally will lead you to them. We need all the friends we can get, so let's make this good.
Fat Tony's called in. They were attacked by a gang of disciples, and Maria's been taken hostage. McNally is on his way.
Quick, Booth, follow me. Fat Tony's in trouble. If we're not quick, he's history.
Jeez, Booze, get these goons off my back pronto or I'll be saying hello to St. Peter. But now is no time for sentiment. My daughter's life is at stake. She'll have been taken to the Disciples' headquarters. They're so heavily armed, they won't be expecting us to bust straight through the front door. So that's exactly what we're gonna do. Listen to me, boy. We're gonna have to split up and find my precious Maria. You take the top level boost, and I'll take the sewers. If you find her, get out fast. Don't worry about me. We won't last long in here.
Hey, it's my knight in shining armor again. Lazarus was holding me, thinking Tony would lay off while he carried out another bombing. He's got a bomb on a chopper and is planning to use it on the Empire State Building. that chopper. Don't stand here flirting with me. Get after it.
Fat Tony just called in. He's got out of the compound and will meet you back at his place when you've stopped that bomb. They're making a switch. Get after that van. Excellent job. The Empire State Building and everyone inside would have become the latest of Lazarus victims, but for you.
Understandably, Fat Tony isn't happy that Lazarus has beaten up his daughter and muscled in on his territory. An old-fashioned gangster, Tony feels that his honor and that of his family has been slighted by the actions of the disciples. He wants revenge, a motive you are familiar with, and any enemy of Lazarus is a friend of the temple.
All right, I've had it with this punk Lazarus. First he muscles in on my territory, then he kidnaps my daughter. He's gonna pay the Fat Tony way. Get over to little Johnny's garage. The Fink's waiting for you there. I've gotta pick up a couple of friends.
Hey, Wolf, it's Johnny. Hurry over here and help out. Some of Lazarus's goons are attacking me. I'm hiding in my car. Thanks a bunch. You saved my life. I'll go and meet up with Fat Tony. We got a plan that'll mess up Lazarus's evil schemes like real good. First up, I got a weapons drop lined up for you in the park. Get the weapons, then come and meet us in the south of the city.
Here's the deal. We'll take out Lazarus's platoon of tanks. After all, we got the artillery. In the meantime, little Johnny here's gonna put the word out and track down any areas where Lazarus might be stashing weapons and troops. Let's go!
Hey, Boo! Little Johnny's on the case. I managed to locate some of King Psycho's ammo stashes. Go get 'em. Fat Tony and I'll meet you back at my garage.
My fuel tank's been damaged beyond repair. Pick me up and I'll ride shotgun with you. We're gonna kick their asses good. Okay, the situation is this. Thanks to little Johnny here, we know of 3 places that Lazarus has been stockpiling men and equipment. Looks like he's preparing for war, and that's exactly what he's gonna get. The plan is simple, but effective. To blow each stockpile and every last disciple to hell. Let's do it. 1 down, 2 to go. Dealt with. The last one is northwest of here. Sweet, sweet shooting, Booth. Take me back to little Johnny's garage and we'll call it a day. Hey, you ain't such a bad guy for a Fed. Now about my daughter.
Do your best to avoid destroying civilian vehicles, Booth. hope that's taught Lazarus a lesson.
Time to take Lazarus out of the picture once and for all. Intelligence is thin on the ground at the moment, and an opportunity has presented itself for us to discover his plans. Notorious Harold Hotwire Marcus DuPont has challenged you to a race across the city. And should you win, he's got a stolen briefcase picked up from a Disciple Autoway that he's willing to trade. Go for it.
Hey, Booth! The word on the street is that there's a guy who's challenged you to a race across the city. His name's Marcus DuPont, and he's waiting for you nearby. You can't miss it. Just pull up alongside.
Okay, Booth. If you win your race with Marcus DuPont across the city, he'll give us a stolen briefcase detailing Lazarus' plans for New York. That's quite a prize. Take the shortcut through the park. Watch the mission fail. Mission. Mission failed. Mission failed. Mission failed. Mission failed. Mission failed. Mission failed.
Just pull up alongside. Hey, Booth! The word on the street is that there's a guy who's challenged you to a race across the city. His name's Marcus DuPont, and he's waiting for you nearby. You can't miss it. Just pull up alongside.
Okay, Booth. If you win your race with Marcus DuPont across the city, he'll give us a stolen briefcase detailing Lazarus' plans for New York. That's quite a prize. Booth, we don't have much time. Lazarus is preparing to lay waste to New York. If he can't pass to the east of here, Lazarus has planted a time bomb there. I'll give you further instructions as we unscramble the message. There's another time bomb further on. Booth, I'm organizing a weapons drop at your next waypoint. I'm afraid that this is going to get very messy. Lazarus has so many disciples here, it's frightening. Pick up the weapons and I'll tell you more. Right, Booth. Go west to Lazarus headquarters and prepare for the battle of your life.
Hey, Booth. How's about me and some of the boys in blue lending you a helping hand?
There's another wave of disciples coming in from the west. There's a troop of his soldiers coming in from the northeast. Okay, that's the upper level taken care of. Now go underground and deal with what's left of his minions. over to the old entrance to the subway in the east side of the city. Lazarus is trying to infiltrate the old subway network. Move it. Lazarus has made his escape underground into the old disused subway system. You'd better get down there after him.
Lazarus and a few of the most fanatical disciples who form his bodyguard have made it underground in a bid to escape. Follow them into the labyrinth of tunnels that form the subway system and eliminate them all before they can make it above ground again.
Lazarus is down here somewhere, but with some of his remaining bodyguards still alive, he's far from trapped. Keep your eyes open and hunt Lazarus down. One of Lazarus' disciples is making a run for it. Get after him and blow him away. There are more cultists on your tail. Watch your back! Disciple target detected. Disciple target detected. Lazarus is on the move. Keep an eye on your scanner. He can't be too far away. may not have killed him this time, Booth, but at least you've driven Lazarus above ground where we can keep an eye on him.
Temple Intelligence has tracked Lazarus to Tokio, a city that is no stranger to the terror that fanatical cultists can create. Be on your guard as you patrol the city. His previous failures are likely to make Lazarus even more desperate to carry out his threat to the lives of innocent civilians this time.
We've developed a new turbocharged engine and super tires for the car. Come on in and get them, but be careful. We've intercepted a message from the oil refinery. It's under attack from Lazarus minions. Get over there. Enemy targets detected. Destroy those cars. They're heading for the oil refinery in the north. Get to your next waypoint. There's a chopper waiting to escort you to the weapons drop. Follow the chopper. Firepower now. Get back to those tanks and blow them away. There's an ambulance loaded with explosives headed for another refinery on the east side. Bring it to a halt before it gets there. The ambulance is on the move. Well done, Booth. God knows how many hundreds of lives you've saved. Mopping up time, make your way over to the oil refinery and take out any cultists that might be hanging around. Lazarus stopped for now, but we must try to find out why he wanted to take over the refineries.
There's only one oil refinery that Lazarus hasn't attempted to destroy. It's owned by a shady businessman known only as the Coot. Go and have a look around. Lazarus might be planning another unholy alliance.
Hey, Booth, remember me? Yeah, little Johnny to the rescue. I couldn't leave you to take all the glory. And you know, I kind of figured that I owe you one. I've been snooping around the Coots refinery. Come down here and I'll tell you what I found out.
Booth, little Johnny's been kidnapped. He's being taken by Chopper to Lazarus HQ. Get after him and we'll try to jam the Chopper's electronics. That should give the streetwise little weasel a chance to escape.
Hey, fool! Get over here! Pick me up and I'll tell you what I know. Boy, am I glad to see you. Lazarus isn't happy about the way you keep messing up his action. We can't talk here. His men are everywhere. Head across the bridge to that unused warehouse.
Stop here.
Lazarus is in cahoots with this dude called the Coot. They cut a deal that lets Lazarus use the Coot's building in the city to store chemicals. They're having a meet any time now to the north of here. If you haul ass, I think you could stop them. Good luck, my man.
Looks like they've made the switch. Mop up any remaining disciples around here and get after the chopper. It mustn't reach Lazarus' base in the park. Head to your next waypoint. Pick up those crates and bring them to headquarters for inspection. We've got some special weapons here for you. They should help you take out the Coot. Pick up these weapons. We'll analyze the crates, which should give us a clue to the whereabouts of the elusive Coot. We've located the Coot in the northeast of the city. I'm sure you'll be eager to demonstrate what happens to anyone who collaborates with Lazarus. Stop the coupe at all costs before he makes it to his getaway chopper to the south of here. Well done, Booth. The coupe got what he deserved.
Another old friend from your New York days flies in to offer her support. Maria has come over, having been so impressed by your heroics in her hometown. Go and collect her from the docks where her seaplane has just landed.
Maria has just arrived from New York by seaplane and is waiting on the dock for you to pick her up. Don't keep the lady waiting.
Hello, Booth. Nice to see you again. Fat Tony sent me over to give you a hand with the disciples, and I'm sure you've been missing me. Anyway, down to business.
Lazarus has been up to his old tricks, bribing the Tokyo police and putting moles into their department. The authorities have brought someone in from the outside to help. I've arranged for you to meet him at St. Moody's Church. I think you'll be pleased.
Pull up on the south side of the church. There's a chopper arriving any minute.
Hello, Booth, you heathen. Guess who got transferred to Tokyo? It's me, your old pal McNally. After I cleaned up the NYPD single-handed. Only joking. I couldn't have done it without you. I've been drafted in to help get rid of the corruption in the Tokyo police force. Tool up and follow me.
A gang of corrupt cops have been helping the disciples smuggle diamonds into the docks, and we're going to bust them.
Destroy this truck, and the guards should come and check out the trouble. As they come over one bridge, you take the other and snatch the crates. Okay, here's the plan. The diamonds are being guarded by heavily armed vehicles, so we need a diversion. Booth, that's where you come in.
Now go get the boxes. take out the cops and disciples. The explosion has caused them to lose their formation, so they should be easier to deal with. Go to your next waypoint and pick up some ammo. Head towards the south of the city. There are 5 corrupt police officers coming your way, all heavily armed. Your best strategy is to stay in the open in the park. Something is affecting the scanner. There are still disciples in the area, but it can't pick them up. I'm afraid you're driving blind for a while. We've managed to get the scanner operational, but it's only working intermittently, so don't rely on it.
it looks like the old partnership worked again, Booth. The Tokyo police sure are gonna be pleased, but I'll make sure you get some of the credit. I don't think you'll need to worry about parking tickets around here anymore.
Lone Fanatic was on a suicide mission to kill as many innocent civilians in the shortest time possible, solely to please his beloved leader. You must stop him.
It's official. It's a red car. I repeat, red car. We're locking onto it now. Get after it.
Your meddling has proved very expensive, but it will cost you your life. It's about time I dealt with you once and for all. If you're man enough to face a final confrontation with your destiny, I've left a little something for you down by the quay in the southeast. Go there and await my instructions. Good boy. You can follow simple instructions just like my disciples. In order to meet me, you must go to every location indicated on your scanner and pick up the suitcase left at each one.
Disciple targets detected. Suitcase located. 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 All right, there are no more cases on our nav pad. Wait, we have an incoming message.
I've finished toying with you, Booth. Come and face me, and we'll finish this once and for all. This is going to take no sweat, as the death of every sinner has tasted sweet to me. None more so than your wife and that right of yours. But first, I fancy a bit of cat and
Little Johnny has been caught and forced to join the disciples as they're short of skilled mechanics to put their battered cars back together. Typically, he went along with it, but has been working on the inside, weaseling out information from any slack-tongued disciple who's willing to talk. He's about to prove himself more useful than ever.
Maria's called in. She wants you to pick her up from outside a payphone just to the east of here. I've logged it on your nav pad.
Hi there, Booth. You drive me crazy. I've located little Johnny, but I'm going to need to get help into the compound where he's holed up. Head for the east side of the park. Okay. I'm going to sneak into the compound in the back of this truck. I'll need a couple of minutes, so I'll have to ask you to create a diversion for me. Take out the tanks guarding the gate so they don't search the truck. Hopefully some of Lazarus's goons will come out for you to play with. I'll give you a call when I need picking up.
The way's clear, Booth. Keep some of the disciples occupied to give Maria time to nose around.
Are you there? I'm waiting in the trees outside the compound. Come and get me, my hero. Thanks. I saw little Johnny. He couldn't talk. We're to meet him in Little Tokyo by Tokyo Tower. You better take out these guys first so they don't follow us. We'll have to watch our backs. This is where Lazarus first built up his cult empire, and he's still seen as a god by this community. If you thought the disciples you'd come up against so far were fanatics, you ain't seen nothing yet.
Follow me. We can't talk here. If we're seen together, my cover's blown wide open. asking you. I heard the disciples discussing a satellite that they were worried might make them vulnerable in some way. They spotted me and clammed up. The word is that Still People road race tomorrow. $10,000 to challenge Lazarus's top driver. Winner takes it all. I know that guy, and I'm sure he'd rather part with information than part with the cash. Anyway, I gotta get back before I'm missed. There's a large crowd of cult members just around the corner. It could be some kind of public demonstration. I think you should check it out.
I think this is close enough.
Here's an excerpt from the disciples' speech booth. And lo, it will come to pass that Lazarus shall smite the city of Tokio. His dread hand shall pass, and all will fall before him. 12 hours hence, at the stroke of midnight, the sinners of this city will be destroyed, while Lazarus' righteous disciples shall ascend unto the hereafter and sit at the right hand of the Almighty. Heavy stuff, Booth. I hope we can stop him in time.
It looks like Lazarus has something big planned, and these suckers are buying every word of it. Let's get back to Temple HQ before we're spotted.
Little Johnny just called in. A bus full of cult members has left the meeting and are heading for Temple HQ. They're armed to the teeth and have instructions to kill as many Temple agents as they can. They're taking a long route around the outside of the park, as there are a lot of police between the Temple HQ and the meeting. Take them out before they reach us. Attacker has been eliminated. Temple HQ is safe. Well done, Booth. Come on home. completed.
Little Johnny has done the business again. He calls in with the location of the road race, allowing you to go and meet the disciple driver.
Go to the race start. The route is once around the park and south through the city. I'll give you directions as you go. Don't cut any corners or you'll be disqualified. Go! Turn right. Turn right. Turn right. Turn right. Turn left. Turn left. Turn right. Turn right. Turn left. Turn right. Take the next right and then follow the road north to the top of the city. You won, and as little Johnny predicted, the other driver is willing to part with information rather than the cash.
Little Johnny has had a secret meeting with the disciple driver and is now in possession of all the information you'll need. Get to the dock where he's waiting for you before Lazarus gets wise to the whole scam.
Little Johnny's just called in and said to meet him down by the dock. I don't have a clue what the weasel wants.
3 trucks containing the main components for Lazarus's new comstat system are on the move. If you can waste them, none of the disciples will be able to contact Big Laz. The last truck is being loaded now at the south end of this dock. Anyway, nice knowing ya. I'm out of here before Lazarus finds out I'm not really a disciple. See you when all this is over.
You only have 5 minutes to complete the mission.
¿Qué esta puta lo me estoy tocando?
The rest of Lazarus Communications Unit are located in the park. They must be destroyed if we're to cut all the disciples' communication links. The trucks are heavily defended. Even so, you've got to destroy all of them. Sorry. Okay, let's do some damage.
¿Qué esta puta lo me estoy tocando?
Complete. All objectives met.
In the absence of ComSat, communication between the Disciples' command hierarchy and their foot soldiers has broken down completely. Take out as many of the Disciples as you can before they have the opportunity to regroup.
Lazarus men are in disarray without their communication links. This is your chance to clear the Disciples out of Tokyo once and for all. I've located a cluster of them to the southeast. If you need more weapons, come back here. Enemy targets detected. Station close by, so use this break to fill her up and make any repairs. There's still a lot of work to do. There are more Disciples in the park, along with some of Lazarus' tanks. When you're ready, head up there and terminate them. We've discovered that Lazarus has some choppers hidden around the city. You'll need to get hold of homing missiles to deal with them, but they're being guarded by laser towers. Approach with caution. Now get out of here. Those towers are lethal. I've downloaded the first chopper location to your nav pad. We've located more choppers to the northeast, so head up there. The chopper's just ahead, but we've also detected a van. Be on your guard. We've located more choppers to the northeast. Get over there. Detect any more disciples, but there are still a number unaccounted for. Worse, we can't find Lazarus either, but he'll have to turn up sooner or later. In the meantime, get your vehicle repaired and rearmed.
The cult of Lazarus is in disarray. The disciples who you haven't killed have fled the city or disappeared. However, you've still had no sign of Lazarus. There's only one thing for it. Head to his HQ and confront the sick son of a bitch on his own turf.
I can't pick up Lazarus on the radar, but we can't afford to wait any longer. I think he'll be holed up in the Disciples HQ in the park. It's worth a try. Check it out. There he goes. There are no disciples around to protect him. This is it, Booth. Showtime.
Well, Booth, you may have been able to deal with my brainwashed, brain-dead disciples, but you haven't done prayer against me. I'm leaving this rito and you with it, Booth.
His vehicle's back to full strength.
You're a persistent little fellow, aren't you? Shame it won't do you any good.
have some kind of onboard repair system, because he's reading 0 damage and I know you've been finding the target. Now at least it's an open fight, albeit a bit one-sided.
What's wrong, Booth? You look like you've seen a ghost. Well, you have.
at your next waypoint.
So much for my clones. They were highly inferior copies of the original. However, you've become incredibly tiresome, Booth, so I'll see you later.
Chopper. You don't have any missiles. Hang on, I'm picking up another chopper on the scanner.
Oh dear, Booth. Don't you have any homing missiles? Well, that's a pity, isn't it? Because I have, and you were doing so well. Looks like I get to kill the sole surviving member of the Booth family. Get ready to meet your maker. You should be pleased you're about to meet up with your miserable wife and whiny kid again.
Booth, take these rockets and blow that piece of human slime off the face of the planet.
Well done, Booth. Well done.
Three, two, one, go! Congratulations, you've set a new record. 3, 2, 1, go! Three, two, one, go! Congratulations, you've set a new record. Three, two, one, go! Congratulations, you've set a new record. 3, 2, 1, go!
Bye.